traders. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Guidance from traders, do you hear me as well? Good. Hi, Julie. Scott, V double times. That's funny. Hi, John, Dor, Clive, Alamu. Wes, nice to see you. This is my email address actually, and you can just contact me at any time. Okay, if you need any more info or anything. Me know. Guys, regarding the tests, everything is similar as it was, but as I've told you, under completely new management, and they acquired the TradeNet educational site. That's why I'm here for you, with you. So we have still the packages, student package, even we have student light, actually. We have expert, pro, and so on. So everything is just the same, but much better indeed. Hi, Michael. Aloha. Nice to see you. Long time. Miguel, nice to see you as well. Dor. Thank you, Tara. Perfect. Okay, guys. Now, nice start of the day. Look at this pie. Actually, this is just stretching for new all-time highs again. Not a big surprise after this yesterday big Fed day. I don't know if you traded it or not. I've seen Scott is in, so I did not get back or so. I just made a little TQQQ trade there. I just could not resist. So it was, of course, a winner, and that's it. I just could not resist not trading it. Who did trade yesterday, guys? I mean the Fed meeting. And of course, you know already that this is like a 50 basis point rate cut. So actually, they made the jumbo rate cut, or so they are not going to make more. At least now, this is the situation that this was the only end of one and the unit 50 basis point. Later, they are going to go with lower, like with 25 indeed. But as you can see, the market itself is just it took it as a great news. Also, not especially or particularly yesterday, because yesterday, as you can see, it was quite of nervous. It was the press conference as well, and the press conference, it was rather a hawkish tone. Like I must tell you that Powell tried to be really hawkish during these Q&As and everything like that. But though the market was still nervous, as I've told you, it was nervous, I think, because especially the market still needed time to digest the news. It has happened already in pre-market, and as you can see now as well, it's up a lot, like a new all-time high over 570. So now, from this point of view, we see that this is a hawkish step or the market thinks like that this is a positive step from the Fed, and especially again, as I've told you yesterday as well, that especially the press conference is going to be the most important one. This was a kind of an important one, and the Fed Chair Powell, he just used really hawkish or dovish, sorry, words here and there. So he was quite positive. I was reading about what he mentioned most of the times. One thing which I did not like, though, in this press conference, it was the labor market. They still seem to be a bit uncertain about the consequences on the labor market. And this and the debt issue, which I was talking about, this debt issue, you know, the credit cards and the car loans debt is just really high, and not even the debt, but the interest on the debt, which is going to be lower if the interest rate is going to be lowered as well. But anyway, so labor market and the credit is still a bit concerning me. Not only me, by the way, but even Ray Dalio. He's one of the economists who I like, actually. Not always, because sometimes he's too pessimistic, but now I agree with him. He has a really good article on the CNBC if you're interested in this economic thing. So these two let's call it, or the weakest links at the moment in the economy. And as I've heard from Powell answers and speech, I think that he's or the Fed is a little bit concerned about the labor market. So labor market definitely it should be continued to follow like a hawk by them and by everyone. And today we got already a labor market news out, traders. So today, 19th of September, there was the unemployment claims, which was lower than expected. So actually, I would say that as we got the first rate cut, I think the good news means good news might are going to come back again. Like, you know, in a common sense, in a logical way, when there are less unemployment people all around the country, that's a good thing, right? So now, until this point, until yesterday, it was not a good thing because they wanted to see the labor market to cool off. Okay, it did cool down, so that's nice. Now it should not cool down too much more because, as I've told you, it can cause a trouble. It can signal a coming recession, which is not good. So actually, I think in this case, this 219K instead of the 230, which was the analyst expectation, it's a good one. And even the existing home sales are going to be released at 10 o'clock, and we will still get the Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, which is much better than expected, 1.7%. And yes, Wes, exactly. Thank you for your info. I just wanted to go to the CNBC side because actually not only the Fed it's making the decision about the interest rates, but the Bank of Japan later as well, today, by the way, and the Bank of England already made their decision and they just paused on the rate cuts, by the way. But listen, they started earlier than the UK, US, so it's okay, I would say. But yes, actually, Bank of England presses pause on rate cuts, highlights gradual approach. So this is why they did not went with the rate cut or more rate cut. Okay, traders. Also, how often they are going to make the rate cuts, I think it's going to be like quite scheduled. Let's call it like that. They really plan more rate cuts. I mean, I'm talking now about Powell's. And so far, they're really making a hard effort not to hurt the stocks and the economy with it. Hopefully, it's going to stay like that. But let's just be careful again what we need to look from the economy side if you are interested in that and into it. Definitely labor market status and the credit. Okay, personal credits. Okay, traders, let's just go to the big movers. And anyway, I don't think so. I need to speak too much about the news because this is everywhere. I mean, all of the financial headlines, it's full of the rate cut. Started with a jumbo one, but as I told you, as Powell told this is a one and only occasion for the 50 basis point. They plan to go with the 25 later on. Of course, crypto, Bitcoin made a very nice move to the upside. Bitcoin is still above even the 62,000. Very nice strength on the Bitcoin. Both Europe and Asian markets just rocketed very nicely. The XY index, of course, it just made a little bit more weakness as it was expected in a big rate cut, and the rates are coming back a little bit. I mean, the US 10 years are coming higher a bit, but still not a huge move. Small caps outperformed yesterday, by the way, the big techs, so we should keep an eye on IWM. IWM is the Russell 2000 Small Cap Index ETF. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. And as I've told you, at 10 o'clock, we will get some housing building permits, which and the housing or the real estate housing market numbers yesterday, they were quite good. So I'm into it at 10 o'clock, what kind of numbers we will still see. Of course, we have some big movers here. I see some Alibaba news here. China's Alibaba launches over 100 new open source AI models, releases text to video generation tool. Hmm, Okay, seems like that Baba is really serious about stepping into this AI competition. So that's actually good. I think maybe the stock is going to go higher as well. Well, today I'm going to be in trouble with the shorts for sure, at least if this big green stripe is staying like that. And as you can see, the SPY is up over this $570 together with the triple Q, which is just breaking the 480. Amazing. My big concern only that this pre-market move, it was a little bit too much. Like the triple Q, it's on 2.2% higher, which is usually an average true range of the triple Q, a maximum. Let's call it like that. It's really high, and the SPY is 1.6. So I don't know if we can go higher without a pullback. I would see a little pullback and then, of course, to make a move higher. J&J is the only one on my watch list which is red, and DJT is red as well, by the way. So we can watch them to the short side. But if the market stays like that strong, we should definitely focus on the longs. Everything is extremely strong. Like semicons are up, Google 2.5, Microsoft 1.7, Meta 2.5, and so on. ARM, SMCI extremely strong as well. Even the banks are up, like JP Morgan 1.1% higher. That's interesting. MBLY, my little swing, which I just started on $11 a round, is just skyrocketing now. It's up 8%, so I'm very happy to see that. And among the red um, list, as I told you, I see DJT only, which is not that good, and CRMT, America's Car Mart, which is down 10%. So as I told you, we have some weak stocks. But if the screen stripe is staying like that, yes, exactly, Vas, this is my only problem as well, that it's already too high. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's just move to the big pre-market movers. DRI, Darden Restaurants earnings are out. Share advanced 11% after an operator announced a multi-year partnership with Uber for on-demand delivery last year. But even the I thought the earnings were good. No, the company reported weaker than expected quarterly earnings. However, as its sales weakened at Olive Garden and its fine dining restaurants. So let's see DRI. Is it able to go higher? It's up nicely though. How much? 7.7%. Let me just check the pre-market volume. I'm sure it's high. Okay. One of my monitor just completely died, unfortunately. So I have one monitor left, which I'm not very happy. So I try to arrange the things here. Okay, so pre-market volume on the DLRI, it's quite good, more than 200,000. On the daily, it's on $170. As you can see, quite of a big gap. But as you can see, if it's starting with a gap from the history, at least it's still able to go. So I'm going to put it to my long list. So to the long list, first one is DRI. Not the best numbers on the quarterly earnings, but with this Uber cooperation, that looks like it's a good bet for the longs. Nextra Energy Partners is the next one, 2.6% on NEE, as Jefferies initiated the coverage of Nextra Energy with a buy rating. So NEE is going higher. Nice. So NEE at the moment, it's not that much up. It just gave up everything, and I'm not happy about the volume, so only to the secondary list. Traders, if you have any questions, any candidates on your side, please just put it in the chat, write it in the chat. DoorDash is here. I was watching this stock already yesterday. Also, the volume was not the best. Also, it's higher, 3% after a nice upgrade on the DoorDash. Let me just check it now. DoorDash. Okay. It's up 4%, beautiful, still volume problems, and it's a bit extended, but I'm going to put it to the long list. Heidi, good morning to you. To see you. Okay. NVIDIA, ASML, ARM, Micron, several high-flying semicon companies rallied in pre-market trading as the market digested the Fed decision to cut rates. Shares of AI darling NVIDIA and advanced 3.1, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's just put it to the long list. You don't need to convince me for that. Hi, Chris. Good morning to you. So NVIDIA on the long list. And if I put NVIDIA, we could all of them, like ARM, SMCI, and so on. I'm just going to leave it like that. 5 below, it's lower now, 1.6%, actually downgrade by the JP Morgan to underweight from neutral. That's not good. Let's see how does 5 look like now. Maybe we have the first short candidate and maybe just the only one for the day. Yeah, bit extended. Wow, look at that, several big green days. And now it's lower 2%. Yes, 5 can go to a short list. Guys, we have a short candidate. That's good. Okay. All right, here comes Coursera, online education platform, 6% higher or so. This is a lower price stock, COUR. And the reason for that, Bank of America initiated a buy rating on the COUR. Is that? Yes, COUR. Bit lower or lower priced stock, as you can see, but it has some nice potential in that stock. So I'm going to put it to my long list. Lennar is the next one. This is an earnings stock as well, 3.5% after the third quarter earnings expected after the market close. So it is still waiting only for the earnings to be released. And don't forget at 10 o'clock we will get, as this is a home builder, we will get some more housing numbers here. And in this case, I think this can be a kind of fight of a mover. Also, for me, it's a little bit low on the volume. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list. Alibaba is here, as I've told you, very nicely up as they launched more than 100 open source AI models and text to video tool as well. So Baba definitely can go to our long list. Seems like it's a nice AI competition for the other stocks and companies. FedEx is here, rose more than 1% ahead of the shipping giant's first quarter earnings report due after the bell. So FDX at the moment, I am definitely expecting some volatility today. Volume is not the best, only because of that I'm going to put it to the secondary list. It's going to be volatile because, as I told you again, the earnings going to be released after the market close. Okay, I mentioned you MBLY, which is going to be on my secondary list as well. And I still have a lot of big movers here, like Mara, Coin, definitely on the long list we need. Thank you, DVG. Scott, good morning, team. Everything is ready to start, and everybody, as I see. Okay, DE is higher. Just checking. DJT, as I mentioned, it's quite weak, like down 4.5%. I'm going to put it to the short side, but let's just be careful with that stock because it's starting to be a kind of a meme stock. UPS, the AFRM, extremely strong, guys. UPS is 6.2% higher, AFRM 5.3% higher. Everything, I agree with Vance, everything it's a little bit too much to the upside. Euphoria, it's in the air for sure. So let's just be careful. As I see, the guys just called a lot of bigger stocks. I'm not going to call them, but indeed DRI, Dash, and VDX are Baba and Coin on my long list, 5 DJT on the short list, and I have a small secondary list here. And thank you, DVG. Exactly, John West claims it was better than expected, which I would say it's that better than expected. And thank you, Mark, for your list. It's very much appreciated. Oh, yes, if Baba, then PDD for sure as well to the long side. Thank you. I forgot it. And WMP is still to the short side. Okay, looks nice. Thank you, Mark. And don't forget, traders, at the end at 10 o'clock, we will still have some economic numbers out on the housing field. So let's be careful around 10 o'clock with the news. Okay, guys, that's it from my side. Again, I'm just repeating myself. The test is back under new management. They acquired the TradeNet as well. So I am here for you as a mentor, analyst, and support. If you want to buy or rebuy packages, then please just let me know. Of course, the terms are much better, and the management is completely renewed. So indeed, if you are interested, you know you can private email me as well, private message me. And yes, Mohammed, I'm just going to the guidance room and just answering to your questions in a second. I just hand over the room to Scott and DVG. Have a beautiful green one, traders, and let's see whether this euphoria stays.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to what is today? It's a Thursday session here, and boy, oh boy, what a difference a day makes. This is going to be an exciting session today. Yesterday I was kind of disappointed that we didn't follow through with the end of the day move there, but today we wake up and the futures are up like 400 points. So this is just an incredible way to make up for the day yesterday. Well, here we go into the day today, what to expect, where to go, and how will we be fishing for what we call some great opportunities in today's market. Volatility breeds opportunity. Opportunity allows us to make the money that we do on a day-to-day basis. Be thankful, be focused today, and here we go. Welcome to everybody on social media, on YouTube this morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being part of the greatest trading room on the planet. Thank you for taking the time to be with us this morning. Okay, let's talk to these markets and get you prepared for the day. All right, in the Asian markets overnight, keying in off of what we did, we saw the Nikkei rise 775 points, up over 2%, 2.13% higher. The Hong Kong Hang Seng up 353, up 2%, and the Shanghai and China up 18.74, up 0.69%. Europe still in session right now. German DAX up almost 300 points, 299.36, up 1.60%. FTSE UK up 74, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 145, almost 2% as well this morning. All six markets that we track globally are higher, putting pressure on the U.S. futures to the upside today. That's exactly what we have. Dow futures this morning up 493 points, over 1%, 1.18%. S&P futures up 96, over 1.69%, and the NASDAQ futures up 451 and a quarter, up 2.30% this morning, just this morning, as we get this Thursday session logged in. Oil's up 50 cents this morning, 71.41, well above the $70 threshold there. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, up another $4.70, 26.0330 per troy ounce. Silver's up big this morning, up over 2%. Copper's up, platinum's up, palladium is up as well. Dow futures jumping over the 400 points as kind of a delayed reaction to the Fed's big rate cut from yesterday. So we'll see how that translates into today's markets. Amazon introducing Amelia, an AI assistance for third-party sellers. That's part of that AI strategy coming out. And Darden Restaurants, Olive Garden and such, they are really, really struggling here. They just cut a deal with DoorDash as an exclusive, though, for them. And that might help them out. Watch that this morning. Dash is up on that news as we get going into the market today. All right, that's about all that you need to know. We had the Fed meeting Tuesday and Wednesday reported out yesterday, and again, that half point was, I think, a little bit, out of what people were thinking of. They were thinking about a quarter. In fact, watching CNBC yesterday, only one of the talking heads called the half point increase. Everybody thought it was going to be a quarter. So that's why we're spiking up this morning, and it's going to be great to see as we move forward today into the marketplace here to see where this market takes us here. Do we continue? Do we stay up? Or do we roll over this morning? So let's say good morning to everybody here in the room. Good morning to everybody on social media this morning. Thank you for joining us. And here we go for us today in the room. So let's say good morning to everybody. Good morning, Vess. Good morning, Lee. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Mark O. Thank you always for posting your trades here. Good morning, Jennifer. Ed, good morning. Seth, good morning to you. Len, good morning. Garrett, good morning. Thank you so much. Tim R., good morning. David Orlando, good morning. Scott V, good morning. Raul, good morning. Great to have you here in the room this morning. Let's talk some stocks this morning. Get that ready and rocking and rolling here this morning. First stock out of the chute this morning that I like, and you'll see it here on my screen to the left, DoorDash with that deal with Darden Restaurants here. Dash long this morning over the 138 mark. This has got to get some volume into it. We're going to be watching this morning for sure. And then NVDA really crowned at the top here this morning. And I love that stock here this morning to go higher. 117. Let me just get you the real number here. I think it's going to be 117.50 to be safe. Let's see here. No, it's going to be shorter than that. 117. We go 117.30. Okay, on NVDA. 117.30. Okay, there's that. And then last but not least, a Bubba trade. If Bubba gets up and goes 87.50 here on BABA, I don't want to say close your eyes and pick along today, but everything's going to be up, up, and away. You're going to have to be patient, wait for pullbacks here because the market is very extended up here. However, we will, I think, remain higher today as we get going into the remainder of the day here. We'll be with you in this morning session until about 11:30. I've got to take off today. DVG will be here as well. Will not be here for the afternoon session as I'm traveling today. We'll take a look at Tesla this morning. Absolutely. What would a day be without Tesla in our market watch this morning? Same thing with NVDA. Just take that over that 230, 234 Tesla. I might even post it here just for something to watch here this morning. Tesla 234, TSLA long 234. Okay.
Hey, Scott, good
All right,
morning.
there we go.
Morning, 44 Trader Nation. We were going to open here in a moment, but what a difference a day makes. And we were saved by the data, I would say. 0.5% rate
Crazy,
cut,
right?
overnight session. I mean, we talked about it even yesterday. Where's the top of the exuberance? Who knows, right? I even mentioned 572 randomly in a soundbite, but I can't believe it in a way. I've had a feeling we'd push higher at some point just based on we're cutting rates into overall what seems like good economic data or information. I'm literally going to sit on my hands for probably the first 3 to 5 minutes today because I imagine people are going to probably try to take some profits. I'm seeing names like Nvidia that are kind of a little bit sheepish on the morning session. When I kind of expect a little bit more of a pop. So again, looking for dips to potentially buy, excuse me. And yeah, we'll be patient this morning. But wow. Huge pop today.
Okay, market is open here. Should be good to go here. Okay, watch Dash this morning, the 130. Let me put it back in here. I have to wait for a pullback. I can't take this first candle here.
I'm watching 118 on NVIDIA right now, seeing how it behaves there. We've been talking about 118.10 for a while, guys. So if we get above 118.10, I may start building a position to the upside. If we keep rejecting it, I may actually, see if we get a little bit of a pullback. So I'll go ahead and post that here, 118.10 on NVDA. And for me, it's kind of both levels. Meaning if we don't breach it, I will short it. If we do, I will go long.
Dash a little spready here. I am long the stock right now, DASH. I'm going to take, watch the Tesla trade here. Watch Tesla. Again, Tesla coming in here as posted here, TSLA 234.
I'm going to build a mini position in Meta short, just in case it pulls back. In case it pulls back. It'll be a very tight stop, so it's not going to be a huge position. But it's at its all-time highs. So it's hard to fight an all-time high breakout. So I'm not here to fight the trend. I'm here to, in case people want to take some profit, maybe I get to take advantage of that move. And if markets continue to blast off like they have been this morning, I am totally fine with going long everything. So let's be patient here. Apple up at that 225 level we've been talking about for, I don't know, 3 weeks. Can it get the push and start to break out, or do we find sellers up at the 225 handle? Keeping an eye on the SPY and the Qs. Again, subtle pullback, nothing too big. I think people are trying to understand, okay, just how bullish can we break out here on this overnight exuberance. For me to get really bullish, I need to see that push on NVIDIA over 118.10. I think that'll pull the Qs higher naturally. But if it doesn't, seeing it's kind of sheepish here at that 118 level, kind of making me scratch my head a bit, like what's really going on. Looks like Apple wants to continue to move higher. NVIDIA, though, very concerning. I'm going to start an AMD short 153 on AMD.
I like NVIDIA long here, actually. What are you thinking NVDA, DVG?
You know what? It's that 118.10 level matters. It needs to get, like, I would almost say 118.11. Literally, like that one extra cent will kind of help decide where it's going to go today.
Yeah.
I'm if I'm going to be long this morning, it's going to be a kind of tentative position, meaning, build into it. Same with some of these shorts. I don't anticipate that we're, after this huge exuberant move overnight, I can't anticipate us like really completely tanking, but think about it. Yesterday, we saw the reaction, the up, the down,
Yeah.
based on the decision. And then to wake up this morning up, huge.
Big time. Yeah.
We were saved by Asia markets, let's be honest, overnight session. Asia, Europe really kind of came to the rescue. And I think it frankly was the data, right? So our data is, technically speaking, seems like it's doing okay. So we had a first rate cut in what we could argue is a growing economy. So definitely a weird dynamic where people are like, great, we get cheaper money and, earnings are doing great. GDP is doing great. I mean, that's the perception, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out today.
Yeah, we will see. And I'm going long here. Tesla at the 234. This will be my opening trade. I am long Dash this morning. Watch Dash for the upside move, DASH. Dash trade again posted here in the morning session. Hopefully get this market to go even higher now.
Watch the cues here. Again, healthy pullback. It's not, we're not ripping lower. We're just literally, some profit taking. Approaching the
Question is,
200
do we
EMA
rip
right
higher?
now, 481. Yeah, I want to see what happens on the cues at 481. And, SPY is just breaking slightly below the 200 at the moment. Again, some reasonable profit taking. Surprised to see Meta hold up these levels. I mean, that's pretty wild.
Got to expect that profit taking, though. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dash not looking good. NVDA off to the races here, looking great. Those of you that are in the NVDA with DVG here coming up at that 118.10. I'm long Tesla here. Again, target on Tesla is going to be 235 on TSLA.
Apple is just marching to its own beat today, looks like. Tesla, who took Tesla 234?
I am in this trade, Tesla long at 234. 235 is going to be my, 235 is going to be my target, 1 point here. And some of these days like today, you get really, really hyped up about the market and then it kind of lets you down because we're at the top of the range and some of these breakouts here may not last a whole day here. Coming up 30 cents now on TSLA. Selling into the strength of the move. As soon as it hits 235, there I am. 235.32, I am out. 3/4 of the trade. 1 point on Tesla to start the day. That looks great. Now we got to get Dash to go. Thank you.
Keeping an eye on Apple now. We're in the NVIDIA trade long. I just don't like how, and by the way, I'm about to get stopped out on AMD in any moment. But 120 on NVIDIA, I mean, that's my stop loss will literally be my entry in the event that we turn to the downside. So that'll be a break-even trade. AMD just got out of that trade. Looks like we're trying to push higher. Tesla just absolutely ripping. Coin, by the way, we were talking about that yesterday. I think it's official. It's going to likely become an asset class that larger portfolio managers definitely invest in. I mean, we're seeing that shift in the dollar index and other currencies. I think that's going to be the next quote unquote concern that gets brought up. But keeping an eye on banks this morning, JPM pulling back a bit.
Traders out. All shares Tesla. All shares Tesla, taking it all off the table now. Selling into the strength of the move. If it goes on without me, then too bad for myself.
Big spike on Meta just now.
I mean, Yeah, you can make an argument here that, hey, why don't you stay in it? But you know what? I want to get out. I don't know as if these markets are going to stay at the top of the range. I just don't know that.
Yeah. Watching the banks right now. Goldman Sachs will start a short here.
Okay, here comes Dash. Definitely need Dash to perform for us right now.
I'm going to take a little bit off NVIDIA. See a 119 handle, and I'll take some off. We got a position we're building on GS right now, the downside. Again, if it pops above and decides to take off, great. Like I'm not gonna fight the take. Where markets are moving higher. Question is, why would you short something like GS if markets are pushing higher? Well, we need tech or financials to lead. In a perfect world, we get both to lead. Markets move higher that way. So tech space and financial space move higher. That's good news to be bullish. I'm seeing a little bit of a retreat in names like JPM and GS at the moment.
Wow, NVIDIA, where is the stop on that? Looking great now, just taking off here. Dash, remember, Dash was 138 entry, so we're down just a little bit on this stock right now.
Yeah, I went ahead and took a partial in that 119 print. So good news there. Nice swing trade.
Where does Tesla land? Nobody knows. Looking good though.
Watching Microsoft at this 440 level. Remember, its all-time highs are at 468. Watching the SPY now. SPY is actually surprisingly weaker than Qs right now. Qs demonstrating some power today. Where's the top end on this exuberance? I don't know. I don't know. What I do know is we put 3 days in a row of new all-time highs on the SPY. That's what I do know. Mhm. So I'm glad we took our partial on NVIDIA. We'll let it move, but my stop loss will still be the same exact level. It's just my entry, 118.10. So if they come down and take my shares away, let it be. Let it be. Watching Meta. Do I start to short that thing? I don't think so. Not today. Sure would be nice. Watching the Qs here, guys. 482. SPY pushing lower now. Yeah, not surprising. I say it's pushing lower. Let's be mindful, right? We closed in that 561 area. It's called 562. I can actually get the real number, but the fact that we pushed up 10 points, 2% move on the SPY, a 2-point pullback. Yeah, that's I wouldn't even call that a real pullback just yet. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna put a small build position on Meta. Let's call it 5.
Okay, no other trades for me. Jonathan, how was that coin trade? I'm going to switch over to coin here just to take a look at it. Pulling back now. See at 171. I'm going to take a long here on coin.
There we go. I'm gonna add Meta here. There comes the break on GS. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Watching
get some additional
Dash
here
as well.
I'll take a partial on GS here. Thank you. Watching the cues here to get a breakdown. 480.88 is the level I have marked at the moment. Let's see meta breakdown now a bit. Watching SMCI now. Okay, we got stopped out of the remaining shares on NVIDIA. Look at SMCI now. Oof. Missed that one. That's okay. Again, if the Qs can hold this 481 level, it's probably a good place to bounce and move higher.
Don't you think it will here this morning with this this move?
I would think so.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yep. Now these days you get really excited when you before the market, like it's going to be a great day, and it's typically a struggle because you're waiting for pullbacks, you're being patient with the trades because it moves so quickly. The market moves so quickly this morning.
What does Apple do up here? Apple's all-time high 23723. Definitely has plenty of room to the upside if it wants to run. Still don't fully agree with how incredibly strong Apple is, but it's it is a name that people invest in buying, so it's hard to deny that. It's just I don't really love their news on the latest iPhone. We've talked about that, but I'll probably trim up on Meta here at any moment. Use it like we're finding a little bit of support. We'll wait.
No trade on coin. Coin's pulling back. Still in the Dash trade. Two trades today: NVDA and Dash. Tesla and Dash. Tesla, really nice move here. I'm going to go back to Tesla here and take a look at it here. I have the coin posted. Tesla just up, put away. I'll watch Tesla here on the pullback. Let me know if coin triggers here. Job, Jonathan.
So I got a little partial here on Meta. They don't want to sound like a perma bear here, but again, anticipating a little bit of a pullback on this huge exuberance, I think is warranted. But I don't know. I think we're at that 481 level on the Qs right now. If we break a little bit lower, that makes sense. And then if we see a push back through that 481 level with some strength, I think that's kind of the signal to start buying if bulls decide to remain in control. So Being patient on a day like today, obviously key, but good news as traders, guys, like it's our job to make money regardless of markets, up, down, left, right. You know, that's the gift that is given to us as being day traders. Never a dull moment. Okay, like that. Perfect. There's a breakdown in GS. Perfect. We'll go ahead and trim up here, take a little bit of money. Why not? Got runners now on autopilot for Goldman Sachs, the downside. And I will probably take a little more off of Meta in just a moment. Frankly, the only reason, you know, I decided to hit Meta was, yeah, it's at all-time highs, but, you know, betting on some of the profit taken this morning. And, you know, I think anytime you're trying to bet against a stock putting in new all-time highs, it'd be a very dangerous game. So I'm not here to fight the tape. You know, I'm here to take my profits on the way down. If we see a continued breakdown, awesome. If not, so be it. Watching Apple now at 226.75. Literally, it's there right now. I'll start building a short position there. I want to see it tag the 225 level and find support there. That one's a dangerous one to be shorting today. It's literally the strongest one outside of Tesla, probably. But the names like NVIDIA, AMD, very appealing right now this morning to the downside as well. Surprised to see Microsoft pulling back, actually.
Coin moving fast. Let me take a look at it. Yeah, coin moving to the downside. Okay. We're in the right stocks. We're watching the right stocks. NVDA pull down here. Okay, 118 NVDA long. My first trade in NVDA today.
Okay, started a small position in Apple. Again, dangerous. This is dangerous game, guys. I don't always recommend doing what I'm doing. Markets super strong this morning. Seeing this pullback though, like I totally get it. Profit taking makes sense. Seeing this bounce on the Qs back through 481, we talked about that. That likely is going to push markets higher. I'm looking at Apple going, okay, 225. We've talked about that level for I don't know a month and a half. There's a lot of money up there, overhead supply there, so obviously we're seeing a push higher. Makes sense. But maybe we see a little. I'm looking for that pullback, maybe down to 225 for people that might have missed the move on Apple that want to get into the trade. Maybe they don't want to pay 227 per share. Maybe they want 225. So let's see if we get a little bit of a drawdown here as Qs are moving a little bit lower, SPY's moving a little bit lower. But I think we're going to find some support here. Worth noting, yesterday's all-time high on the SPY was 56869. Look where the SPY is right now. Right at that high, right? And then today we opened up
right there
at a new all-time high, 571.09.
Crazy.
Okay, not really loving the fact that Apple decided to move higher 30 cents. Totally fine by me. I'm watching Microsoft potentially for a long here. Okay, I got stopped out of the running shares or remaining shares on Goldman Sachs, but Beautiful trade to start the morning on that. Nice profitable trade. Let's see. AMD ripping now. Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Good thing I got out of Goldman Sachs. Financials leading now. Looks like they're going to break out and move higher.
Okay, if you're long the NVDA trade, here's what we have to do here. We have to watch that 119, and then we can add over the 119. That's my strategy right now, is to add over 119, go full share size on NVDA, and watch the top get taken out. It's a patience game when we have this big a move in the morning.
No doubt.
You get excited like it's just going to be an easy day, and it proves to be really harder days when this happens.
I think the new topic of discussion for, pick your favorite news channel. It's going to be all about currencies. But look at the turnaround now on JPM and Goldman Sachs. So I'm glad, I took my money on the way down, because that was kind of what was being questioned, or how are banks going to benefit from a rate cut if they're having to, buy and sell dollars to each other. And clearly they don't care. They think it's good. So
Okay, I was just asked here, and this is a good question for the room. Um, how do you overcome DBG? How do you overcome waiting for a target? The trader says, I can't resist the urge to sell when I'm green, but target hasn't been reached. Like Tesla, I need to wait, but you don't know how. Okay, so it's a good question, and that's legit, because that is, and then they said that they had a small loss yesterday, so they're trying to make up for that. So here's the rule of thumb. When you get into a trade, you have to have three things when you get into a trade. You have to have an entry, you have to have your first partial, and you have to have a stop loss, okay? And it's really all about coin now going higher. This is, hold on, let me just finish that thought here real quickly here. Let me take a look at coin. Okay. 172 target on coin. Those of you that are in, I had a limit order in here, so I just popped up and said I was in the trade here. So let me manage this real quickly here. I'll be taking a partial at 172, and we're getting close. So here's the thing, like for everybody out there, like on coin, my target's 172, right? Entry 171. I got in about 171.08. Target 172. Now here's the thing: when I talk about being like grenades, hand grenades, you just got to get close, right? You don't have to be a superstar with a grenade. If it gets close to the enemy, it's going to blow up and it's going to take everything out. There's the 172 right here. Hold on, I'll let it try again. So just be patient, but when it gets close to your target, take your profits. Now, the question becomes like this person was asking about, hey, I'm taking profits too soon. Well, why is that? Well, the reason is because you had a losing day yesterday. You're trying to make up for it today, so you're taking that little chunk at a time, right? But just rely on your knowledge, rely on your trading, and rely on the targets that you set. And when you get close, take it off, but just don't be in a hurry. Take each day as an individual day. Don't think about yesterday. Hey, I had a small loss yesterday. I had a big loss. I need to make it up. Try to focus and capsulize into the day today without thinking about past or future, which is very tough. But at the same time, we've got to be focused on picking the entry, picking the first partial, and staying true to our stop loss in all trades that we do. So I just urge you to do that, urge you to keep the focus there. And I know you get nervous because you don't want to have back-to-back losing days. That's a whole other conversation about, are you trading with money that you can afford to lose versus having it very tight. But again, relax, get your targets, pick them out, have a game plan, and stick with it is the best advice. DVG, anything to add to something like that? Maybe tea time for DVG.
Yeah, no, I was listening in. Don't want to interrupt, but I totally agree. Like Jim, yes, that's another mechanism. So it's I look at every day as it's like a reset button. So blank P&L. Every day for me has a plan. Obviously if I'm doing swing trades or something like that, you're looking for longer term return, we'll say. But typically on a day, I don't look at, oh, hey, I'm up this week, X amount, or down this week X amount, and then it's kind of the psychology of trading, I would say at that point, where if you start looking at your losses, it's almost like being in a casino and you're down, $5,000, and then you go and grab another 10,000. Now you're down 15,000. I mean, because you maybe make less rational decisions when it's emotionally charged. And so for me, it's just kind of approach the market like, again, Apple. I'm hanging on to this a little longer than I'd like, to be honest. But it's 80 cents. It's not moving 3 points at a time. So I don't mind having a dollar stop loss on a name like Apple, right? And if it pushes 228 here in a moment, looks like it's going to happen. Maybe let it dance a couple dollars, cents above that. I'm not going to be exactly at 228, but wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a pullback. But if it doesn't happen, right, it's hard to be short in markets like this, as an example. But I totally agree with you, Scott. Where we talk about rule number one all the time. Rule number one is pay yourself first. You don't go to work, you don't go to a job, and you don't do it for free, right? You go to work to get paid. And if you're looking at this and treating this as a job, like, make sure you get paid. And part of that is, I know I'm guilty sometimes of like, oh man, shoulda, coulda, woulda. If I held this trade for XYZ period of time, I'd be up this much. Literally, as soon as you're in and out of a trade, delete it out of your brain. What's next? Because we've talked about that in numerous occasions. SMCI, a big one, right? Where I was in at 415, coulda, shoulda, woulda held on, but I made 15 points on the trade. Am I really complaining? Am I upset about making 15 points? No. So the point is, if you have a plan, that's, I'd say, priority number one. Have a plan, have key levels in mind, have your risk tolerance honed in every single day on every single trade. So if you had a red day yesterday, great, that was yesterday. Today is a different day. Maybe today's a green day, maybe today's a red day, whatever, right? But if you're trading with a plan and your goal is around becoming a successful trader, part of that means like listening and obeying your plan, right? If you're like, oh, you know what, I don't mind if I lose 4 points on Apple. Well, that's a bad trade, because Apple to move 2%, that's a big day for Apple, right? As an example, I'm in that trade now. So, but am I, if you get emotion charged, like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, it's moving, like maybe it'll turn around, maybe it'll, no. If you get it wrong, just get out, find a new entry. So I don't know. That's kind of, at least for me, um, if you add to a losing trade, it can compound your losses quick. If you add to a winning trade, right, like that's kind of what you ideally are doing. Um, but I find so many times I'll talk to folks and they're like, "Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
I thought this, for sure it's got to pull back." Like let's say if you're short, especially, it's more common I think in short trades. But people will go, "Oh, I added to this trade, it has to turn around." Like, no, it doesn't. And similarly, like when you're trying to buy the dip, the big thing is if the trend is your friend, don't fight the trend. I use the analogy of fighting a hurricane with an umbrella. You're gonna lose. You're gonna lose. These markets could be irrational longer than, and all of us combined could be solvent. I don't care how much money you got. Like if you ramp it up, pump it up, and have bad trading discipline, you're gonna lose your money. So if the concern is
true.
how do I become a better trader, maybe it's look at your share size. Number one, two, respect and obey your um, trading plan, right? So if it's a dollar amount, fine, but it should be per trade. Like, hey, I'm willing to risk this on this trade. That's it. And if it gets to that level, don't add. Just get out. Find a new entry. Find a new trade. And it's hard to do that. I get it. You know.
At the end, like we said, it's very tough to do, but at the same time, DVG's right. And what we're talking about is having a game plan. Like I said, when you get into the stock, to know the three things: to know your entry, to know your first partial, and to know your stop loss. Those three things, and obey them. Okay, I mean, that's really the key. Are you going to obey what you have here? I'm out all shares coin. Out all shares coin. Now I am flat with the exception of Dash. I am long Dash right now. Out NVDA, out coin. Got 3 winning trades right now, 1 losing trade, possibly on Dash. That's kind of where I sit this morning. Kind of a simple morning so far. Waited for the pullbacks and then
Very
executed.
nice.
But again, that hand grenade thing, think about that, okay? Think about the hand grenade thing that I said. You got to get close to your target. So many times in my trading career, it's like, hey, I'm waiting for that 138, 138, 138. Well, it never gets to 138, but it got to 137.94. Close, close, right? Take your money and run.
Yeah, it's also the benefit of partials. So if you've got, I don't know, for the sake of round numbers,
Yes.
let's just say you take a position for 100 shares. I don't know, whatever the number, it doesn't matter. But let's just call it 100 shares for easy math. When we talk about taking a partial, or I talk about even like trimming up a position, so the goal is to not miss out on the move. So if you're in a move and it's green and you're moving in favor and you pay yourself first, you still have some, I call them runners. You'll hear me talk about that too. You leave a partial position to continue the move and enjoy the free print, basically, right? That's all you got to do at the end of the day. And then when that gets to a certain level, take a little bit more off, right? And then at some point you get to a level where you're like, okay, we talk about when I say autopilot. At a certain point, you're kind of like, look, that thing could go literally to break even, and I don't mind because I already banked, you know, X percent or XR or however you're measuring your trading performance on that trade. So again, I totally agree with you though, Scott. Horseshoes and hand grenades. That's kind of my philosophy. If you can, you know, my target on Tesla was 239. Well, it's at 238.50. And if your entry was at 232, you made 6 points. Be happy with it, and then let your runners do the rest of the work.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and that's great, great advice. And in fact, the partial thing, if we revisit it again, so many traders will ask me about, hey, how do I make more money? How do I make more money like you and DVG and the rest of the team? Well, A, you can increase your share size. That's number one. But B, to increase your size takes more of an a mental thing as well. But the one thing that you can do is start to take partials. And again, for those of you that are trying to learn something here, you take a partial, and if you're directionally correct, the rest will pay off. So just let it grow. I mean, Amir has his own saying, "Let it grow." DVG, his own. Myself, just let it go, and you'll be thankful. You'll incrementally make additional money.
focus on the behavior, the money will come. That's the big thing. You know, I took a couple losses trying to short some of this exuberance. It's okay. You know, get run over, get stopped out on a position. So what? I'll find the next position. We'll get, you know, long, short, whatever it is. You know, even Goldman Sachs, for those of you guys who are watching, I shorted that, took it for like, you know, 1.5, 2 points, and paid myself on the way down. Right? I wanted to see ideally a break below 490. And then there was some news around banks, kind of, you know, whispered in the background, we'll say. And banks have turned around. Financials are now moving higher. So I was going to fight that tape. I got out of the remaining shares, right? So I don't know. We talk about it plenty. Um, we practice what we preach. You hear us, you know, we're in a position, taking partials, getting out of positions. Yeah, maybe you miss out on a few points, but that's not the game we're playing. We're playing to get the bulk of the move. If you can get the bulk of the move and get paid in the process, you do that every single day, you'll become a successful trader. But if you're doing it to gamble, well, that's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, and it's tough to have that patience and that focus and being able to restrain yourself for sure. Mhm.
Looks like the chips are getting some love now. Someone sent me a private message. No, I got out of Apple a while ago. Here comes coin, by the way. AMD pushing higher. Nvidia is like super tentative today, though. What's going on with Nvidia? Really interesting. Tesla about to breach 240, guys. Wow, what a beast Tesla is today.
Had Tesla earlier. Now it's all about the dash trade. If we can get this going, we're going to call it a day. This will be a great trade if we get a blast off here on dash. Look at it, just below the VWAP line. Just need to get over the VWAP line. We should be pretty good here.
I don't know if I mentioned it, but at 10 o'clock, we had news around existing home sales. So 3.86 million versus 3.92 million estimate. And it was 3.96 million prior. And then existing home sales month over month for August is minus 2.5% versus a 1.5% prior. So not really great news for the real estate industry, but I think maybe the rate cut's going to help them. So,
Yep, no doubt it will.
Q's getting stronger now. And we talked about that 481 level, right? Like if we broke down below it and then came back through 481, probably time to get bullish, and that seems to be working. Here goes Meta. Look at it go.
Yep. And look at now Dash struggling to get above that VWAP line. Nvidia looks like it wants more to the top.
Good AMD now. Glad we got out of the way of that thing.
Long and strong right now. Game of patience today, traders. Be patient.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, we announce it. I typically announce my partial trade, Jonathan, for sure, and a stop. Try to do that every trade.
Yeah, to be fair, I mean, we can't do that every single time.
It's hard.
If I'm watching for levels of entry, etc., I've got to put in my order, directionally figure out what I want to do with that order, and then post it. So usually I'll talk about the trade. If I can type it, great. If I miss that, I mean, it happens. In a perfect world, I could post it immediately. Maybe we could create an AI for that post. I don't like a little speech to text or something. Look at AMD just launching now. Wow. Nvidia on its way now.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I think there's more gas in that tank, Jonathan. Now that we're up here in a high day on Nvidia breaking out, AMD's moving higher, Qs are now pushing higher. SPY approaching that all-time high 57109 that we printed literally at the open today. We took a poll yesterday, Scott, on what we thought would happen with the rate cut, and I think I was the only person to select.
I would have never thought we would have had that day that we had yesterday. I thought we would be up at the close yesterday, but they called it delayed reaction on CNBC. Well, day of
I
delay.
don't know
Let's
about
put it
all
that way.
that, but no, I think look, 0.5%. The initial gut reaction is, oh my gosh, like we must be in trouble, and that the Fed's not telling us something. So I think the knee jerk reaction initially to move higher. So first and foremost, when we did the poll, um, I'd mentioned I think we're going to get 0.5%, which is kind of counter what people were thinking, and that we would move higher with one caveat, and that caveat was I think we're going to spike during the announcement and then sell off into the afternoon. This unexpected move higher overnight, though, I mean, again, it's looking at data, right? Like we don't have that bad of growth happening. In fact, we have earnings right now at all-time highs, right? You've got like Nvidia printing whatever I mean, they crushed their earnings, no surprise, and they're trying to do what was it, $200 billion buyback or something like that, 236, a huge number of share buybacks. Microsoft kind of doing the same thing, but it's worth noting we do have quad witching tomorrow. So is this that exuberance that basically everybody's trying to pump up because they were expecting this move to 570, 572, get that level, and then start to unravel some of those options trades? Maybe. I'm not fully trusting this move right now, but it's hard to deny. Look around. Like everything's moving higher. Netflix is now breaking out. Coin looks like it's going to break out any moment. Um, Nvidia at the highs and AMD's at the highs. I mean, Meta, literally, who knows what the heck's going on with Meta? 13, almost 14 points today. But you know, if you missed out on that trade, I don't like chasing stocks. So I missed the move on Tesla, unfortunately, but I'm not going to jump in now at 239. If it pulls back comfortably to the VWAP, maybe I'll entertain the idea. Depends what markets are doing. Microsoft kind of weak this morning. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I think SPY's ideal case is at 572. Um, but again, we could get we can get some really really bullish behavior and push super super high. So for those of you guys wondering why I mentioned 572, it's big on the options chain. Number one, number two, um, percentage wise, I think we talked about exuberance yesterday today. I think that was kind of like the magic number that people were expecting to push over the highs was 572. So if we get above 572 on the SPY, I mean, it's blue skies. It's there will we won't see any fighting. It's just the market will go straight up. There's not a whole lot of options above that, and if anybody was, let's say, you know, long via calls, they're just going to hang on, right? Because now they can buy the market at a much lower level if they get a sign. So
Okay, traders, finally on the dash move. We've got this thing. We've nailed it now. That dash move now we've been waiting for, and that's what I was talking about this morning, about having the patience and understanding the VWAP, where the stock is in relationship to the VWAP. And now we're going to come out of this and we're going to go, believe it or not, this morning, we're going to go 4 for 4 this morning. A lot of people will say, hey, well, listen, Scott, the market's up. It's an easy day, but I kid you not, it is a tough trading day today. Waiting, being patient, getting and selecting the trade, selecting the stock, selecting the entry, selecting the first target, and kind of rolling from there. Now we've got this move up to the upside. We're going to sell into the strength of this move at 130. Where am I at right now? Dash long. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, perfect.
Apple up at 229 now. Wow. Meta about to put in a new all-time high. Currently 55329 is its all-time high that it printed randomly today in a spike. Keep an eye on the SPY, guys. I'm actually contemplating getting some call options on the SPY around that 572 strike.
Okay, 4 for 4 this morning, if I must say so. Congratulations, those of you that have been trading with us this morning. Some good trading here. So here we go. We'll have to. It's a good day. But anyway, the morning session here. This is where we're all about here this morning. About concentrating on this morning session, taking up money while you can, and then being that that disciplined trader to go out and invest in something else. Do what you love. Use the money that you take from the market and further your life. So.
No question about that.
Yeah.
Meta now all-time highs. Blue sky breakout. I want to see a push over 5.7. We just got it. New all-time high on the SPY, guys. We'll get paid on these call
Awesome
options.
move. Awesome move.
Netflix completely ripping now too. What's the old saying? A rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah, no doubt.
Meta is at 555. Wow. Okay, looking for a 572 print, ideally on the SPY now. Horseshoes and hand grenades. Get anywhere up there near that number, we'll call a high 571. I'll trim some up here. Thank you. I'll take some off here. It'll work.
There you go. There you go.
Keep an eye on JP Morgan now. I don't know. Maybe Apple at 230 might be interesting for a short position. We'll see.
Yeah.
And not because I'm short market. Obviously, I'm long via options on the SPY right now. But, you know, Apple psychological level at 230. There's no sign of it slowing down. I still think, I don't know. I think their phone sucks. But
Tell it like it is,
yeah.
TVG.
Tell
it like it is.
So I might get some
And don't hold back. Don't hold back just because you're an Android
yeah,
lover.
that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yes, I might get some flack for that, but like seriously, their new phone and how they have it set up and designed, I'm just not. I don't know. I get why they're doing it, right? I get that Apple Intelligence is not going to be accepted in Europe and China markets, and China is like a big market for them. But you know, for me, fundamentally, it's like, okay, well, you're releasing a product that's not complete. That's at least reading between the lines with them. So yeah, I'm gonna trim up on SPY again a little bit more here in a moment. I'd like to see a 572 print, but I mentioned someone was asking like, when do you take your partials, or are they too early? Notice I don't mind. Like, I'm 30 cents away. That's close enough.
Got the grenade out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, Jared. And I've got a lot of
Hey, traders, just to give
Okay.
just to give people an update here, because I've been asked a few times, and I know we've been talking about it. I know it sounds like a broken record about going into the transferring to the Pro Trader platform. Here's the deal. Here's the real deal. What's been happening is we have to get the website transferred over to the other provider first. So WordPress, we're not on WordPress right now. We're on Wix with the website, and we need to get the website moved over to WordPress. So until we do that, we can't move over. We can, but we're not going to move over to the Pro Trader platform. You're not missing anything. It's not like it's going to be transformational. It's not going to be like, oh my God, it's next level. It's going to help. It's going to be better as far as I guess stability. It's going to give us a little bit more freedom as leaders, DVG, myself, Aggie, Amir, to be able to do kind of our own desktop and stuff. So there's some things there, but don't think like, hey, all of a sudden we're going to get over there and it's going to be like, game-changing stuff. It's going to be better, but it's coming. I know I'm getting a lot of emails. Hey, Scott, you said this, you said that, you said that. I did, and just be patient. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. But right here with Webinato up, we've been doing very well. I mean, it's been pretty stable. I hate to say it like that, but the platform's been pretty stable, and we're here each and every day pounding this and making it happen. So just bear with us. We're going to get there.
Netflix just put it on.
Plus, I'm right in the middle of a move, and you guys know how that goes. If you've ever moved before, I'm in a small condo right now, and don't have my normal setup. So it's like trading on vacation here, but trading every day. So it's let's put it like that. It's a challenge, but rise up and make it happen. Stop complaining because we're having a good time and we're making dough. So who am I to say anything different, right? And those of you that don't know, I have traded with Mayor for the first. I've been with Mayor for 13 years. I've traded for the first 5 years on a 17-inch Mac laptop. How about that? We'll get you some of that now, and was pretty successful too with that.
Well, it doesn't look like anybody turned the buy button off yet. But I am surprised, to be honest, on names like Nvidia. Like Nvidia is, you know, I'd expect to see what the Apple chart looks like on Nvidia, um, and then seeing AMD push, what is that, 4 points off the low today versus Nvidia moving up maybe 3 points. It's kind of, I don't know, seems a little lopsided, but Maybe Nvidia is kind of going to start to stabilize its price. I don't know. I think plenty of people have that stock in their portfolio. So if it moves around 1 or 2%, I don't think a lot of people are going to complain about that. So
Yeah, Jared, the one thing that it did for me though, I want you to think about this. When you have multiple monitors, like I have a 4 monitor setup, right? Uh, did and will. Um, it how can I say it? It takes your focus off of the one stock. Now, many of us here, I'm sure, and tell me if I'm wrong, but you have one screen or one area dedicated to loading the stock. Maybe your P&L is next to it, and trading that stock, right? So the thing about it is that when you only have a small screen, you can't watch 10, 12 stocks, right? You can only watch one or two or three. And it just got me real focused on what I was doing. So that was a good thing coming from that. If you want to look at the positives, which we always want to, right?
all right. Only reason I'm looking at Meta while it's printing all-time highs is we are very extended on the RSI. Again, doesn't have to come back down, but I will build on that position here at 556. I'll give it, let's call it a point to move higher. If it does, I'll be out. Very dangerous to be short today. I like coin potentially for a long. Netflix literally just put in a new all-time high today, and looks like it's about to take a run for a new one. Let's see what it does. So consumer non-durables, so like Procter and Gamble, down today. The utility companies, which was kind of that flight to safety, um, looks like that's starting to pull back. It's definitely risk on markets right now. Across the board, tech up big across the board. Walmart retreating a bit. J&J retreating a bit. See a break under 555 on Meta, I will add to that position. Maybe get retracement down to the VWAP. Let's see how that goes. So that's, by the way, around maybe 550. Okay, I'm out of the call options on the SPY. Normally, I'd wait for it to bounce off of the VWAP and potentially move higher, but had a couple losing trades. Starting off today, I had a nice winner on Goldman Sachs and a few others, but got stopped out on names like Meta and AMD on my running or remaining shares. Apple, kind of the same thing, right? Even gave it a little too much. We talked about giving it a point, and I think I gave it like $1.20. I was like, that's the max I'm willing to bleed on that one, and we did. So again, just kind of picking up my pennies in front of the freight train here. Realistically, most of these pullbacks look like, I mean, we're so strong today that probably viable for a buy the dip scenario. Uh-oh. What's the SPY doing here?
Well, no more trades for me until we have a pullback here. And if the pullback is viable, then I'm going to come in. Looking at coin, I'm done with the Dash trade. I'm out all shares. I'm going to switch over because Dash is just a little bit too slow for me here this morning. TSLA. There we go. So we'll watch Tesla, NVIDIA, and coin for a pullback.
Like it stopped out on Meta, which is totally fine. It was a build position to begin with. So, like I said, I'll give it to 557. You see a break under 555. I will add to that position to the downside. Again, not because I think markets are going to collapse, but I think, profit taking around here might make sense. But who knows? Maybe there's someone out there that really wants Meta to be at 560. So I'm not here to arm wrestle them. I'm just here to take advantage if there is profit taking. Seeing coin pull back a bit. And JPM, not a huge pullback. SMCI though, very tempted to short SMCI again. AMD is moving higher, NVIDIA is moving higher. A lot of the chip sector, the chip space moving higher. SMCI just can't seem to get above that 200. So keep an eye on it. You guys recall we shorted it yesterday for a huge win post the rate announcement. So SPY right at the VWAP. Q's definitely showing some incredible strength today. Pretty fascinating though. Within a day, tale of two markets.
Yeah, really. You would have thought the big bump would have been yesterday, but it didn't happen until today, really.
Yeah. Truly, we got saved by Asia and Europe markets overnight for sure.
I would say so, yeah.
I'm still chuckling about the iPhone comment.
Yeah.
Tell us how you really feel. All right. Wouldn't it be awesome if Meta just dumped 10 points right now? I'd be excited about it. Again, pull back here on the SPY. Trying to hang on to the VWAP right now at the moment, 570 level. Let's see. Interesting. Not that I follow it too closely, but it sounds like ECB's Chernobyl is speaking at the moment in Europe. 11:30 we have the 8-week and 4-week bill auction. 1 o'clock we have the 10-year tips auction. That'll actually be interesting to see. I don't know if it's going to completely matter with markets being this bullish today, but we'll see.
I've got nothing on right now, just waiting for the pullback. Looks like coin might be the first culprit here.
Like clockwork, SPY bounced right off the VWAP. Q's didn't quite make the cut down to the VWAP. We're like, nah, we're stronger than the SPY today. We'll just move higher right now. About to get stopped out on this meta position again. It was a build, 556 to move lower. 557. I will be out of the trade. Netflix printed 714.40 today, all-time high. Wow. Okay.
We're on blast off, that's for sure.
Well, bye Meta. Out of that trade. SPY just broke below the VWAP a little bit here. See what happens. See a breakdown for it. Profit taking, maybe, possibly. Unbelievable move on Meta, guys. Like that's
Take a look at Meta. We'll put it back up here on the screen. Maybe what coin is. Wow.
straight up.
Yep. As most of them are today.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some tea.
Good timing. Yeah, right now, I mean, there's no trades on right now. Nothing I'm really looking at unless we get a pullback in the market. Everything is just high and sticking at the top right now.
I just saw this, the Magnificent Seven add $400 billion in market cap today alone.
Wow. Incredible, right?
Yep. SMCI. Same entry as yesterday would have been awesome, 452. But looks like it's going to break the low of day here. Not today, man. I don't think it's going to happen today. A pullback, like right now. Q's pulled back right to the VWAP. SPY hanging on to the VWAP. But I don't know if toilet will be proper. Apple right to the VWAP.
Traders, I've got to take off. Enjoyed this morning's session. Went 4 for 4 this morning. 4 winners, 0 losers. Hopefully you join me today. An awesome day. I'm going to be gone tomorrow on Friday, so it's going to be DVG's room tomorrow. Also going to be gone on Monday. I'll be back Tuesday morning, and then I'll be gone Wednesday, and then be back. And then DVG is going to take a few days as well. So I'll be back and see everybody on Tuesday morning, bright and early. I'll be on the West Coast, so that'll be a challenge, but hopefully rise to it. Yep. Can you hear me better now? There we go. Okay. So I will see everybody then. DVG, thank you so much. Traders, everybody have a great afternoon. Enjoy. Great trading morning. And let's see if these markets follow through. Take care, everybody. God bless you. Godspeed. And we'll see you later.
The stock I should have been shorting was the one I went big time on yesterday, huh? SMCI, look at that, just breaking lower. Keep an eye on coin right now. Also watching Netflix at the moment. Not actually, that sounds funny. I'm not actually watching Netflix. I'm keeping an eye on the stock. I think Meta's got a shot now to 560. Just seems like a, round number psychologically. Even with the pullback in the SPY and the Qs, Meta literally pulled back like $1, maybe, if that. So I'm not sure what the exuberance is going on over at Meta, to be honest. But they got some not such great news about lack of adequate privacy controls, and it's up almost 4%. So I don't know what that's all about. I'll be watching it at that 560 level, see what what happens around there. Might take coin here, building a long position, get this bounce off the 200, and push over the VWAP. Collectively, markets are still maintaining their high position. SPY now getting through the VWAP and trying to push higher. The Q's almost a perfect bounce off of, I would argue it is a perfect bounce off the VWAP and starting to move higher. Clearly, bulls are not going anywhere. Meta now. Is at 559. Yeah, 560's coming. There's no way they don't trade at 560. Unbelievable. Mark's looking at Nike. Yeah, Jared, for sure. I'm surprised how weak Nvidia is today. I say weak, obviously it's up on the day, but normally we see a day like today, you would see Nvidia like leading the charge. Instead, it was Apple to start, Microsoft pretty tentative, AMD pushing, and Meta just an absolute monster. I don't know what like I said. Netflix putting in an all-time high. Tesla over that 235, it just said, yeah, let's go talk to 240 and let's maybe what's next, 250. I could see it. Tesla's been known to make some sporadic moves like that. I missed that trade actually. Majority of the day today for me was, frankly, I wanted to see how we opened. And then I was watching the cues to get bullish because obviously we're up on the day. By the time I looked around to find some entries, the market left without me. Train left the station. I felt like I was chasing and if I were to get in, and the reality is still would be up. But now I'm just kind of sitting on my hands, seeing where I can find an entry. If I can find an entry. I thought Netflix would get at least a decent pullback to the VWAP, kind of like what you're talking about, Jared, on the pullback on AMD down to VWAP area. Hoping to see Netflix do that so that I could maybe look at a long position there. It's obviously printing a new all-time high today, so maybe a shot at catching part of that breakout. But I don't want to buy it at the top, right? It's just not really it's not my game. But a lot of times they always say good traders buy low and sell high. Great traders buy high and sell higher. There's all these random like colloquialisms and sayings they have in trading space, I guess. Yeah, I think I might build up on the coin position. There's just other alternatives, right? Like I don't know, Apple. You're off the VWAP, maybe. Microsoft though, gross. It's just it hasn't moved at all today. 6 million shares trading sideways. Oops. What's this candle doing? Like one person taking profit right there. Yeah, that works. I'll just dump my portfolio here. Bloop. Oh, maybe this is the real pullback coming. Maybe we'll see. I'm watching the SPY right now. Q's holding the VWAP super strong. SPY aiming lower. Interesting. I thought for sure Meta would print a 560. It could still happen, obviously, but got the 559.67. Keep my eye on Apple, AMD, Netflix, Coin. Also keep an eye on Tesla as well. And worth noting, quad witching is tomorrow. So do we see some of that volatility seep into today? Or do we see it just show up tomorrow? I like this coin position here. I'll start building a position here, coin. And I'll add if we continue to move higher. Also tempted to get long AMD, but I'll wait. Netflix right there at the all-time highs, very close, 70 cents away. Next coin. Let's see. 173.80. I'll add coin long. Maybe we get the breakout. Pretty awesome. I might have missed my AMD position there. Wasn't sure if we're going to get above that level at 15645. That's kind of the level I was watching there. Tesla now at 241. Yeah, but sure, that's the thing. It's market's on high right now. Shorts aren't, shorts are welcomed because they're being immediately squeezed. So shorting markets like this, it's literally for a scalp. You know, get your 50 cents to a dollar and move out of the way, if that, right? And seeing it go from 157 down to 155.70 ish. That's $1.30 on a stock that's up 5 and almost 6%. And the thing is, especially with like the SPY, this is like uncharted territory. So there's no like levels to watch other than, you know, the three highs that we printed in the last 3 days below it, right? Everything else is blue skies above that. So where's the top? Question mark. We don't know. Um, is there a sell off? I would think people are going to start taking profits, but if you're going to do it, tomorrow is probably the day to do it, not today, or at least maybe this afternoon we see a little bit of selling just because wad witching is tomorrow. But if for me, I was looking at the options chain yesterday, and I think part of that choppiness that we saw, a lot of options were moving around. A big part of it was, this the quad witching event on Friday is a big part of that, and okay, Qs are moving higher now. SPY also. AMD at the 157. Good luck, Jared. Here comes the 60 print, 560 print on Meta. It's coming. There it is. Unbelievable, though. That is so crazy. Meta, a $560 stock. Really? Really? I mean, I guess that's what people are willing to pay for it, but I think it's pretty overvalued, candidly. Every dip has been bought. So I would stay away from hero trades today. You guys saw me attempt some short positions here at the highs and immediately get stopped out. So, you know, like jump rope today, kind of timer entry, but majority of positions look to be long this morning. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some profit taking into the afternoon, but we still have 2 to 3 hours before that might happen. And there's no, it doesn't have to happen. It just seems like it would make sense. Um, that said, SPY putting in an all-time high twice today. 571.89 is now your new all-time high. Excuse me. Yesterday, nobody wanted to buy anything. Now it seems like everything's for sale. Oh yeah, all-time highs. What a deal! Let me buy it. How it goes though sometimes. Microsoft waking up now. It's a little nap. I mean, does AMD try 160 today? Maybe is that too ambitious of a goal? I mean, I don't see why not. Let's see, what's Tesla doing? Hmm. Amazon getting a little tentative at this 190 level. Nvidia though, looking like it's going to finally break out. Let's see. Well, since I'm not long, other than the coin position right now, I may take a break and come back. I don't know, maybe a couple hours, see how the afternoon session's looking. But yeah, definitely the Q's looking like it want to, getting a little tentative here, but could easily break out over that 485 level. Again, SPY at 572. I mean, where's the top at that point? So I'll pop over periodically, but like I said, I'll probably plan on running around 1 o'clock just to see, like, frankly, what's the price action looking like. So for those of you who are long and currently in your position, congratulations. Small red day for me. We managed to bank some profit in the morning, which is great, but I gave some back on these, try to time the tops. But look, I can come back from 300 bucks, like coin right now. I mean, coin by itself could easily make me green here in a moment. So again, I forget who we were talking or mentioning, like red days, partials, whatever. Uh, what I'm going to look at, as I look at the journal today, what could I have done for better entries long, even on Tesla as an example. Um, but the good news is I just added the coin actually. I'm officially now green on the day. So yay. Anyhow, I'll see you guys around 1 o'clock. I'll be back. If anything comes up between then, obviously, find your levels, share your thoughts and ideas with each other. If something comes up, feel free to send me a note directly and I'll do my best to respond. See you guys in a bit. Yeah, Mark. Hey, I just came back. Banked some profit on coin that turned me green on the day. So love that. We'll let some dance, but took about 80% of my position off on coin. So I want to make sure I walk away a green day today. So again, I'll be back around 1 o'clock, keeping an eye on markets to see how they behave in the afternoon session. I won't stick around all afternoon, but like I said, maybe pop in for maybe 10, 15 minutes around 1 o'clock. So trade safe until then. We'll chat to you with you guys soon. All right. Good afternoon, 44 Trading Nation. Can you guys hear me okay? I really thought we would go sky high at 572 on the SPY. It looks like we're finding some resistance. I think if we test that level again, we move higher, but maybe we finally get a pullback into this afternoon session. AMD, however, what a monster move for AMD. Whoever took that trade earlier today, congratulations. What a monster. Meanwhile, NVIDIA, pretty tentative. Keep an eye on SMCI as well in that space. Tesla, absolute rocket ship today as well. Many of the stocks today, obviously, moving higher, but wouldn't be surprised if we see some profit taking into the afternoon session. I'll keep an eye on markets for the time being, but Netflix right now just right below the VWAP, so keep an eye on that. Coin also at the VWAP currently and bouncing, so we managed to take a bunch of profit off of that trade when we got the move into 175. So right now, just flat, keeping an eye on markets. AMD though, what a missed opportunity that was, huh? I think one of you guys took it long. So I will be right back. I'll join you guys in about 15 minutes, but unbelievable move in markets. I think you see SPY break out over 572. I think it's a signal that we're going to literally start blue sky rocket ship. I don't know. Seeing it kind of tentative here at the high, like all-time highs on the SPY. It's telling me somebody out there wants to test the limits of just how high we can go. That said, we're seeing some profit taking moving sideways, which tells me, there's some consolidation up there. So definitely be on the lookout. 572 on the SPY. I'll see you guys in a bit. Well, looks like we are possibly trying to find the high of day on the SPY right now. Tried that 572 level multiple times. Pretty wild though this week. SPY put in new all-time highs 3 times this week. Yeah, I hear you, Seth. I actually was just going to pop in to keep an eye on markets. Looks like we're trending higher. I'm tempted to short some of these highs, but it would be more for like a scalp trade because I don't see the buying slowing down right now. So even if it were to be a short position, it would be like for a quick scalp, maybe 80 cents to 1 point or $1, if that. And it would have to be on specific names. I don't want to touch MCI. I was watching that all day today, just continue to fall lower, which kind of a gut punch, but that's okay. Again, I don't really see anything that I'm going to be overly excited to get long here. Netflix is below the VWAP and the 200. You've got Microsoft pulling back to the 200 right now. Meta literally sitting on the 200 as we speak. So, do I think we get a pullback? Yes. I just don't know how far or deep that pullback will be. And we tried to hit a couple positions. I managed to short the Qs and took that for about a point and a half. And I was happy about that. But, I got out of the way, took my money and kind of sat on the sideline to watch what markets are doing to push higher. I'm definitely watching the banking sector closely right now. AMD, though, what a monster. Unbelievable. Tesla as well. Really surprised to see NVIDIA just kind of limping around a little bit. If the Qs are going to move higher, NVIDIA is going to have to break out. So, take that for what it's worth. But, yeah, I mean, look, we managed a small green day, managed to take that trade in coin and the short on the Qs over the lunchtime session here. But yeah, I don't really feel like stepping in front of anything here. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of some profit taking here around 1 o'clock. But I think as soon as bulls see that, they're going to go, oh, great, another buying opportunity. Let's try that 572 again. So, as tempted as I am to short the tops here, I don't think I will. Not today. We'll see how things play out as we get into quad witching tomorrow. So again, literally the smallest green day I've had all week. I'm not complaining though. We're batting 1,000 this week. So all green days this week. So with that, I don't plan on sticking around for too much longer today, but appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back at the open tomorrow. And until then, cheers. God bless.